Hey everyone, welcome to an exciting Flutter tutorial where you have mastered the provider at the end of this tutorial series. Provider is one of the most powerful state management tools in Flutter, and today we are going to break it down into a simple and practical steps. In this first part, we'll start with the fundamental of provider and progressively build 5 different projects ranging from the basic to advanced, including the Firebase integration. By the end of this video, you will not only understand provider but also be ready to apply it in the real world project like food delivery app and the recipe app. First, we'll build the simple expense tracker app to understand the core concept of the provider, where we have see how you can add an expense and see it update instance using the provider. Notice how seamlessly it's managed the state after adding any items and deleting any items. How the total amount is changed. In this app, we'll cover the basic of provider including ChangeNotifier getter method to add item and some arithmetical operation that you have performed in the app. Once you have understood this, we'll move to building a habit tracker app to reinforce this concept. Again, we have covered the basic provider features such as ChangeNotifier, add feature, toggle, delete, reset, and other essential function. After you have learned the basic function of the provider, then it is easy to apply them in the real world project. After we have covered some of the basic concept of the provider, now we have showcased the app that dynamically update, vote, and declare winner or tie based on the state change. That means we have created the dynamic voting app where you can vote it to the multiple candidates or a single candidate, and at the end you have see the result. Highest amount of vote gotten candidate will be clear winner. If more than one candidate got the same vote, then it will declare as a tie. After we have complete this simple 3 project, next we'll dive into a food delivery app where we have used this all the feature inside the one functionality, where we have explained the advanced concept like managing it to cart quantity adjustment and calculating the total price dynamically using the provider. You can easily add any item into a card screen. First time if you add any items to the card, it will directly reflect into the card screen, and if item is already in the card, adding it again will increase the quantity rather than duplicating it. And you can easily adjust the quantity of any item, and adjust quantity price will be directly reflected on the total price. During creating this type of feature, you can learn different type of function, adding, deleting, calculating total price, and how you can remove duplicate and just increase the quantity and some other. After we have complete the food delivery app, our last and most important project is recipe app. Last 4 project that we have only stored data locally and display it, but in this app we have used the Firebase to store data and fetch it from there, where we have fetch and display the data, managing favorite item and store it in Firebase, dynamically adjusting ingredient amount based on the user input. Just like if user can make recipe as a favorite are stored in Firebase and they persist even after the app is closed or reopen, your favorite item is stored on there. And second is, if user adjust the quantity, for example from 1 to 2 pizza, the app dynamically recalculate the amount of ingredient that needed. This feature help user plan for different service size. If you have increased the number of quantity, the amount of ingredient will be increased. If you have decreased the number of quantity, then the amount of the ingredient will be decreased simultaneously. By creating this type of project, you will refine your state management skill, and in every project you have learned something new. We have starting from the 0 level. If you have no any knowledge about provider, then you can also follow this tutorial. We have start from the basic steps, just like how you can add package, provider package from the pub.dev, and how you can initialize it, how you can manage it. First 3-4 project we have only focus on the core concept, basic concept is required. That's why this complete series is important for you. This is our first tutorial. Stay updated. We have come with some exciting project. Take a cup of coffee, grab your favorite IDE, and start building the awesome project. Let's start together. Let's continue the complete video. After watching the demo, you have already known that we are going to discuss about the state management. Everyone discuss about the project, everyone discuss about the you need to learn a state management, and everyone discuss about the big project. Behind this all, first step you need to do is basic of these things. Why state management is required, how you have used the state management, what is the first steps you need to do. during the state management. We have discussed about the basic of the state management. I have used the provider is a state management, and I have used the expense tracker app to demonstrate you how is it work, why we have used the state management, what is the importance of basics. That's why I'll create this video to have actually discuss about the basic of the provider state management, and at the same time you have learned the expense tracker, how you have created. I have not focused on the UI part. I have already created the lots of UI design. Here is the monthly summary, total income, total expense, and the remaining balance. If you have entered the income, then it's green. If you have entered the expense, then it is the red. Here initially it requires the title and amount. If you are trying to add the transaction without providing any name and amount, it is not success. First let's provide some. I'll provide the education is a title, and I'll provide the $100 is the amount. You can see income by default it is selected as income. You can see the green signal is a text color. If you have changed its color change from green to black, and expense color change from black to red. If you have add this transaction, add is expense. Let's edit. You can see total income $5,000, total expense $200, and the remaining force is $4,800. By this way, you can easily learn the basic of the state management, and at the same time you have create the one expense tracker app. Let's start the complete video. You have already seen in the demo what we are going to do. We are going to create expense tracker app. Our main motive in this video is we are going to focus on the basic fundamental part of the state management. We have used the provider is state management. Initially you can see in my main screen, this is my main function, and inside this stateless class I'll just pass home as a home screen. Inside this screen there is nothing. We have going to do from the zero level. First steps we have going to focus on the state management parts. That's why our first steps is you need to add the provider package. Use the latest package. I have already added this package in my system, and after this all in my this expense tracker folder I'll create the another folder that is provider, and inside this provider I'll just give the name of transaction provider dot. I'll instruct you the every part in this provider section. I'm not focusing on the UI part. I have already created the lots of video and UI section. I have already created the project using the provider. Here you can see. You can visit my channel and see the provider state management playlist, add to product function, and favorite functionality, calculator app, theme provider. I have used different type of function in provider, but I think most important things on there is the basic, how it's work, why we have required this, and every part of this function how it is work. Let's start. First we have require class. Inside this class we have used the different type of function, list, and some other in every programming language. First it's required the class, and second things is give the class name. You can give any name as a class name. I'll give the transaction provider, and with you can use the extend as well, but I'll use the with and ChangeNotifier. What is this ChangeNotifier? Why we have used this ChangeNotifier? ChangeNotifier, this is the class provided by the Flutter that allow object to notify listener when change happen. You are getting my point. Widget can listen to the transaction provider to get notified and rebuild when change occur. ChangeNotify allow object to notify the listener. That's why we have used the ChangeNotifier. Inside this notifier, we are going to store the list of transaction. That's why we have created one list. Final list. I'll give the name of transaction. And I'll make it private. From where this transaction is, I have created the simple model. We have required the model. Why we have required the model? Because there is the more than one items in the transaction. If you have add some expense, if you are add some income, if you are add some income, if you are add some expense, then this is the multiple, more than one. There is the list of item. That's why we have required the model. Inside here, I have used the ID, title, amount, data, and is income. This is my model class. First, you need to create this class. I'll provide all the source code link is in the description, but I'll request you watch this tutorial first and try to do private list. This is the private list. We have used this list to store all the transaction. That is clear. Now Second things is we are going to get the data from this private list transaction, and we have used the get keyword, and this is transaction from where? From this private transaction. We have created this public getter to access the list of transaction. We have created this public getter by the use of get keyword for which purpose? To access the list of transaction from this private list. Okay. After this, now for calculating the total income, I'll use the double keyword because the total income, it's maybe in point, it's maybe in double digit. Total income tends to transaction. We have used this getter calculate the total income from this transaction. And how we have calculated? Dot where, just I'll give this name tx, we have used it later. Just give the name, you can give to any name, tx, this tx dot is income. If it is income, then dot fold. First I'll write the code, then I'll instruct you every steps. I'll write the 0 and sum tx tends to sum plus tx dot amount. First in these steps, what we have doing? Filter for income transaction. Is this first we have filter, is this the income or not? We have first identified them. Second, we have sum their total income. First we have filter for income transaction and then sum their amount. This entire 3-line code work. This getter calculate the total income by filtering the transaction from those marked as income, tx.isIncome, and summing their amount using the fold. We have used this dot fold to add the amount. It start with initial 0. Next we have calculate for the expense. I'll just copy this from here and just paste it below this code. And total income, I'll change its name to total income to total expense, and we have used the same transaction dot tx. If this is not a income, first we have filter it is income or it is not a income. If this is not income, then it is already a expense. And second fold, and remaining all are the same process. Sum their amount, calculating the total expense similar to total income. This getter compute the total expense by filtering out non-income. It is not an income transaction, then sum their amounts. It also starting from the 0. Initially its value is 0. Our next steps is, first we have calculate for the income, second we have calculate for the expense, and next steps is for the remaining amount, for the remaining balance. This is just simple. We have used the double. If income and expense is double, then it is already also a double. We have also used the get keyword, and I'll give the name remaining balance. Remaining balance tends to total income minus total expense. This is simple. Total income, how much you have earning, just subtract from total earning from the total expense. Next steps is method to add a new transaction. This transaction may be income or it is a expense. I'll give the name, function name is a transaction string. In our transaction there is the 3 parameter. First title, second amount, and third is income. It is income or expense. Every time we have created a new transaction object with a unique ID and the current date and time. We have give its ID, unique ID is a current date and time. Final new transaction. Here ID, title, amount, date, and is income. ID is from current date and time, date time dot now dot to string, and title is from title, amount is from amount, spelling mistake, amount, amount, and date is current date time dot now, and is income, it just is income. It is clear during adding the new item. Now after this, add a new transaction by insert index is 0 and element is new transaction. adds a new transaction at the beginning of the list, ensuring the most recent transaction appear at the top, just like a first is in the top. If you have add any transaction recently, then it is located as in the top of the list. If you have mistakenly add some item, then it need to be a delete. Then we have create the method for the delete. If you want to delete any item, it is the easier process. We have used the ID to delete because every item ID must be a unique. From where transaction list, we have delete the item from the list of transaction dot remove where, then I'll just give the name as tx dot id. We have just used the id to delete any item. First we have find the transaction with the matching id and remove it from the list, and then we have used the notify listener. Notify listener, it is used to notify UI widget to update, reflect the remove transaction and recalculate the total and update on the UI. We have also forget to add notify listener on there. I think that's it. Let's see what happened. The declaration remove transaction isn't refer. Oh, I think I have defined it inside the ACE transaction. A transaction function. Okay, that's it. I have spent more time on this provider part because my first motive is to instruct you core part of the basic of the provider state management. After this all, we have do it fast or the remaining part. Next, I'll just create another folder and the name give the widget. First, let's go to the home screen, and inside this home screen, first let's have add the app bar and give the name of our app bar, and text name is expense tracker, and the body I'll use the column and children. First what we have required is add any transaction button, floating action button, on press, and inside icons dot add. Inside this floating action button, we have used the function to add this function add any item. By clicking on this floating action button, let's save it first. By clicking this add button, we need to open the bottom sheet, and inside this bottom sheet we have add our transaction, and here is the widget section, new file, and I'll give the name add transaction dot. In a transaction, we have required a stateful widget, stf stateful widget, and give the name a transaction. Here, first I'll give the padding age insert.all. I'll give the 15 is a padding, and child column children. Inside this column, we have required two text field and decoration, input decoration, and just label text to decorate this app. This is your task. I'll just make it simple. I'll copy this text field and paste it below this text field, and I'll change the label text name as amount. And next thing that we have required is controller. Final title controller tends to text editing controller. You can give any name to this controller. I'll give the title name and amount. I'll give the title controller and the amount controller. Inside this text field controller, I'll give the title controller, and in amount I'll give the amount controller. After this, we have required the two things. First is income and expense. If we are going to adding some new item, then we have add this item. It may be as income or it may be as expense. That's why I'll put them in a row children, and I'll put them main axis alignment dot space between text income style text style. I'll put color, and I'll just copy this one time and just paste it, and I'll just change this income as expense. In between this income and expense, I will require the switch button to identify it's maybe income or the expense. Switch, it requires the value and unchange. Initially, we have require a boolean to track if the transaction is income or expense. Bool, I'll make it private, is income tends to true. I'll set it initially as a true, and value is income, and in unchange I'll pass the value here, and we have update the state, set state is income tends to value. Let's call this a transaction function inside the home screen. So model bottom sheet context tends to context, and inside this builder we have show the a transaction. Let's see how does it look. Yeah, that's it. Initially it is the income if you have just add this, but I'll make it dynamic for your easy purpose. If is income tends to true, then its color will be green, otherwise its color will be black. If income color is green, then it is added as a income, and if it's black, then it is added as expense. And I'll set just same as a expense, but I'll just change the color. If the color is red, then it is expense. Let's save it. Oh, this is not true, this is false. Save it. Yeah, here you can see this income's color is green. Then if you have add any item, then it is added as a income. If you have just switch it and add it, then expense color is red, then it is added as a expense. Now another thing is we have required the expense button here. For that purpose, I use the elevated button on press. Inside on press we have write the logic behind adding any new transaction. This is add transaction. Let's write the logic method to handle for submission. Void submit data final title tends to title controller dot text, and final amount tends to double dot try parse amount controller dot text, otherwise 0. We have get the title from the text editing controller, and we have get the amount from the amount controller. Now I'll validate it. If title dot is empty and amount is less than equal to 0, then return. What does it mean? Title should not be empty and amount should be at least greater than the 0. If title is empty and amount is less than 0, then it's not added as any of them. Next thing is use the transaction provider to the new transaction. We have called the provider dot of context, from where transaction provider context listen false dot add transaction is a title, amount, and is income. That's it. And next thing that I have is close. We have closed this bottom sheet after adding any transaction. Navigator dot pop context and a transaction. Let's call this submit data. Inside this button, what is the name of our submit data? Submit data. Okay. Now our next task is we need to display this added data here. Just I'll give the name transaction list dot. We are going to display the list of transactions that we have added. This is the process to display the added list. Here first we have initialized the provider here in this screen, and I have used the list view dot builder. Why? Because we are going to display the multiple list and item builder, context and index here, from where we are going to display the list from the transaction provider dot transaction. Item count is transaction provider dot transaction dot length. This length is how many transaction you have added. This all the transaction are display here. It's maybe a income or it's maybe a expense. During on long press, this transaction will be deleted according to its ID. Here in list style, we have first display the title of this transaction, and in subtitle we have display its date, and at the trailing part of this transaction we have displayed the amount of this transaction. And if it is income, then its color is green, and it is expense, otherwise income, then its color is red. This is by this simple way we have displayed the list of transaction. I'll show you how it look after this all. Last one thing is remaining, that is summary card. Before that, I'll just show you the expanded. Inside this expanded widget, I'll add the transaction list. Child transaction, add transaction. No. What is the name? Transaction list. Inside this expanded, I'll display the transaction list and just save it, and I'll restart. Oh, what happened? What is the error? Could not find the correct provider, transaction provider above this transaction list widget. Oh, I'm forgetting to initialize the transaction provider in our main screen. Wrap this material app, wrap with widget, and the widget is ChangeNotifier provider, and create context, and that is transaction provider. That's it. Save it. Remaining all are good. Let's add some item. This is for child amount $100. This is the expense and a transaction. This, here you can see, congratulations, you are successfully create your app without any error. Without wasting time, I'll just add the summary section here. In widget section, I'll give the name summary card . On there, I'll just display the total income, total expense, and the total remaining first. Here you can see, I'll first initialize the provider, and second things is I'll use the card and I'll give the padding. Here I have write the one text that is monthly summary, and inside this row first I'll give the total income from where transaction provider, the total income, and I'll set as a two string dot fix. That means only display the two integer after the decimal. And here is the total income, here is the total expense, and here is the remaining balance. Total transaction dot remaining balance. That we have all created function in our transaction provider. Here, this is our total income, this is our total expense, and this is our remaining balance. And I'll save it here, and I'll go to the home screen, and just call this summary function here, summary card, and just save it. Yeah, your total expense is $100, your remaining parts is minus $100, you are in loan, and your total income is 0. Let's add some income. Bonus amount is $500. This is already a income, and let's add transaction. This is immediately reflect on all portion. Why we have used this provider? It manage the state in different screen. If you have display this monthly salary in different section or by the use of the chart, it directly reflect in every screen. It track the record in different screen. Total income is 500, total expense is 100, remaining parts is 400, your bonus is 500. It is income, that's why its color is green, and this is expense, its color is red. Let's add one last expense here. This is for education. It is $300, and just a transaction, and I'll add another expense. I'll give the name ABC, and I'll give amount to 50 and I'll make it an expense and add transaction. I have used education as a income. I'm going to add this as expense, but mistakenly this is add as a income. By you have just long pressing on it, it is deleted. I'll make delete function. Why? Because some item is mistakenly added. That's why we have require a delete function as well. By deleting this, all remaining function are perfect. Your total income is 500, expense is $150 and your remaining cost is $350. By this way, you can easily create your expense tracker app. Another most important things is you have understand the basic of provider, how is it work, what is ChangeNotifier, why you have used the private keyword, why you have used a getter keyword, how you can access data from the public getter, how you have add the new items, how you can delete any items. This is the basic. Before you need to create your long project, first things that you need to know is the basic. Everyone underestimates the basic part of anything, but basic is always important. I have already created a playlist, but I have thinking basic is important. That's why I'll create one basic video. We have covered some basic concept of provider and the remaining concept are covered in our habit tracker app. Let's continue. We are going to create the habit tracker app on focusing on the state management. To make it clear the basic concept, I have already mentioned in my previous video. Basic concept is core concept in every section. To learn the provider, first thing that you need to know about the basic of the provider or any state management. To use the basic concept of provider, I have just created the habit tracker app. You can see initially completed percent is 0 and there is the two item here that I wants to make my habit completable, that is gym and the 8 hour of study. By clicking on just add button, you can add any of your habits, just like 4 liter of water. The item is added here, and if you have complete any item, then you can easily make it completable and it directly reflect on the percentage section, linear bar section, and here the list of the habit section as well. By just clicking on one section, the state of these three things have changed. If you complete all the tasks from here, then your today's habit is successfully completed. Next day, after completing this 3 habit in your previous day, you can just add some habit or you can continue it. By just clicking on this button, it can roll back in the initial state, or just toggle. By toggling this, you can make it completable or incompletable. And if you didn't want to continue one of this habit, by just long pressing, it is successfully deleted. By this way, you can easily create the habit tracker. We are not focusing on the habit tracker app. This is not a complete app like format, but we are going to focus on the basic steps. What is the fundamental core concept of the provider, what I have used. By just clicking on the one state, how it's changed on the every page. By the use of provider, we have changed the state, we have add some item, we have delete any item. How you can achieve this, I have already created the video by mentioning the basic concept, and in this video I'll cover the remaining concept and some previous concept as well. Here you can see this is my main screen that I have not done anything. So this is my stateless class, this is my main function. Inside my stateless class, I'll mention the habit list screen that I have just created the screen, and in this screen we have display our list of habit. If you have visited this screen, there is nothing. Again, the stateless widget we are going to do from the scratch. Without wasting time, first let's create the one folder that I'll give the name provider, and inside this provider I will create the one dot file and give the name to habit provider dot. Many times I have mentioned that core basic part of the anything is important. If you are trying to learn, not jump to the high level, focus on the fundamental part. If your fundamental is strong, then you have learn faster as compared to other. Okay, we have start. First we have create the class here and I'll give the name habit provider with ChangeNotifier. With ChangeNotifier, in my previous video I have already mentioned that why we have used ChangeNotifier, how is it work. Again, this is the fundamental video that shortly again instruct you. Habit provider class is designed for managing the state of habit in the Flutter app. It uses the ChangeNotifier, which is the part of the Flutter Provider package. It allows notify UI component when there are changes in the data, like adding or toggling the habit. It will notify to the UI, and that's it. First, what's our first stage? We have required the private list first. Final list. I'll give the name of list habit, and first you have required the model. I have designed the simple model here. Model habit model dot. By designing the habit tracker, we have required the ID. Every list have unique ID and the string name of this habit, and the bool is completed. Is this habit is completed or not? These three things are required. That's why I make all these things are required. After this, I'll make one habit list as a private list. First things that you have need to know is this is the private list. It hold all the habit object. That's it. Second things, we have required a getter. For a public, we have required a getter to retrieve the list. Again, from habit get, we use the get keyword, and I'll give the name habit tends to private habit. That's a habit. This first private list hold all the habit object, and this is the getter to retrieve the list of habit from this private list. We have required one getter again to retrieve the total number of habit. If there are more than one habit, then we have required all this total number of habit. Total habit tends to list of habit dot length. How many habit are there in this list? This is the total number of habits. Now, if you have the list of multiple habits, then by tracking this habit, you need to check how many habits are completed. This is the getter to calculate how many habits have been completed. For this, in getter, I'll give the name complete habit tends to. Now, let's calculate the total habits. Let's calculate how many habits have been completed from list of habit dot where. This where, why we use this where? This where is a method in that filter a list based on the condition. We have used this dot where method to filter the list, and inside this I have just defined the habit, and how you have calculated this habit. This habits dot is completed and the semicolon. Okay, this completed habit dot length. By this way you can calculate the total number of habits. The condition is defined inside the parenthesis. For each habit in the habit list, check if the habit dot is completed tends to true. If true, keep the habit in the result list. Otherwise, if false, execute the habit from the result list. Dot length, after where filter the habit, it return a list of only the completed habit. There are multiple items in the list. Where filter the habits, it return list of only the completed habit, and dot length give the total count of item in the filter list. In short, dot where filter the list of completed habit, and dot length count the total number of filter list. After this, we have calculate the percentage. Now double in percent, its maybe is in the point. That's why we use the double get keyword and complete percentage. How you have calculate? First, you need one condition, that is total habit equal to 0. Then what does you do? Return the 0. First things that you need to do. If there are no habit, return 0 to avoid the division by 0 error. If there is no any habit completed, then show the 0%. And if there is habit, then calculate. I'll directly return it. How we have calculated the percent completed habit. This completed habit divide by total habit, and we have multiply it by 100. Then it is calculated into a percent format. If you have represent any item in percent, then just do it completed minus the total item, completed item divided by total item, multiply by 100. Now we have write the method to add a new habit. Void. Let's create the method, and I'll give the name habit. Add habit string title. First, we have create a new habit with unique ID. Why? If every item has unique ID, then it is easy for us to identify if you wants to delete ID tends to ID. How we have give the unique ID? We have give the unique ID of any item by current date and time. Current date time dot now dot toString. No one can add multiple item within the millisecond. That's why we have give the ID as a current date and time. Title tends to title. After we have give the unique ID, now we have add this item in the list. Habit dot add a new habit. Next thing that we have to do is we need to notify the listener. That means if the new item is added, then it need to be notified to the UI part. Notify listener that the state has changed. If the new item is added and state is 10, so UI can update accordingly. That's why we have used the notify listener. In normal sentence, notify listener is used to update the state. Next steps and important step is method. We are going to write a method for the toggle. It means if you click some item as completed or incompleted, for that purpose a void toggle habit. We have used ID because every item has a unique ID. Find the index. First we have find the index of the habit with the given ID. How can we have find it? Dot index final index. We have find it from the list of habit dot index where. I have already mentioned you where is used to filter. We have filtered it by the index, by the use of index, where habit tends to habit dot id equal to id. Then it is finded if this habit dot id, it check if the habit id match the provider id. If this id is matched with the provided id, if matching habit is found, index will hold the position of the habit in the list. If no match is found, return -1. It means if return -1, this condition ensure that habit exists in the habit list. If it is exists in the habit list, valid index will be found. If it not found, means no habit with the given ID was found. Method does nothing. If ID found, it exists in the list. It not found, nothing in the list. After find the index of the habit, next thing that we have check if the habit exists. Index check if the habit exists. Toggle the incomplete property of the habit. You know the toggle meaning. If it is completed, make it uncompletable. If it is uncompleted, then make it completable. Then after you have toggle it, then notify the listener. It updates to the UI. Normally this method toggle switch the completion state is completed of the habit in the habit list identified by its unique ID. After we have toggled this method, now its maybe second last method is to reset the state. To reset, for that we have used just the reset. To reset the state, first we have check where habit in habit list. Then if the habit is in the completion state, then make it false. That's it, and notify the listener. If this is in completion state, just make it incompletable, otherwise leave it. Last things we have, if you want to delete any item, then void. We have used this delete method in our previous video as well. Remove habit string id. Again we have used the id to remove any item. If we have removed this item from the list, remove where we have filter it. If given id is equal to the provider id, then remove it and notify to the listener. And that is the provider section that we have required to learn. First we have created the private list to hold the all habit object. Second, we have a getter to retrieve the list of habit, and next we have created for the completion habit. We have defined a method to add habit, toggle habit, reset habit, and last delete the habit. Now we have designed the just simple UI. Let's start from the app bar. In app bar, I'll just give the title of our app. that is habit tracker, and in the action of this app bar, we have require icon button to reset the list of habit. Icons dot refresh, and inside this on press, we have just call the provider. Before that, to access the provider from the habit provider class, you need to access the habit provider instance to manage habit data and notify change. For that, final give the name habit provider. You can give any name from the provider package dot off from habit provider context. That's it. This is the instance. After that, we have used this instance to refresh first provider dot off from the habit provider dot reset habit context. I will make listen false. Why we have used the listen? To avoid rebuilding this widget again. One position argument aspect. Oh, let's see. Oh, what does it mean? One position argument. Let's see. This is not a remove habit. That's why it asks the ID. This is the reset habit. Let's save it, and first let's initialize the provider in main screen. Just wrap with widget multi-provider and provider. Inside this ChangeNotifier provider, we have just mentioned the habit provider. That's it. That's the part of the initialization, and let's restart the app, and you can see habit tracker and reset icon. Okay, after this UI, let's start again. Just this is the text and this is the linear progress bar. This is the static. We'll make it dynamic later. And this is also a text complete percentage. You can see just this is the text. This is the linear progress indicator, and this is the text. This is normal, and this is the process to display the item after you have added. We have discussed it later. First, how we can add any item here. First, by clicking on this icon, we have open the dialog box. If you click it here, the dialog box is open. Here is this and context and builder. Inside this, there is the new habit title. This is used to store the enter habit title. Here we have store initially, it is empty, and here is the allot dialog box. You can use any dialog box or something other. Inside this text field, we have the onChange property. We have update the variable on input. If you have provide some text here and will edit, it will update. And in decoration section, here is the habit title. This is the hint text. By clicking on this cancel button, you can just close the dialog box. You can see. And if you have clicked on the add section, first it check if the input is not empty. If you try to click on it, it is not working. First it check if new habit title is not empty. First check it. If there is some text inside this text field, it add by just habit provider dot add habit. We have created this method during writing code in provider, and if any item is added, then close this dialog box just like this. I will add ABC and just edit this. It is directly reflect here. After you have add any item, here is the process to display the item. I will use the list dot builder and number of habit to display the list. We have display the number of habit. In here, in item count, we have display the number of habit, total number of habit. And in this builder, first I will create the habit here. To get the habit at the current index, habit provider dot habit dot current index. And in gesture detector, in this gesture detector widget, take the on long press. By long pressing it will be deleted from here. Habit provider dot remove habit. And in list style, I'll just display the title of this habit and the checkbox. Let's add OK and just add it. And in value, in checkbox value, we'll just provide the habit dot is completed. It's maybe a completed or not completed. And we have in onChange property toggle it. We have defined the toggle habit. And And there in daily progress, what does we do is, in daily progress, first we have used the dollar symbol and in bracket habit provider dot complete habits divide by, again I'll copy this and just paste it below, divided by total habit. I think what is the error? Invalid const. Let's remove the const from here and see 1 out of 1 is completed. Let's add some decoration. Let's make it clear, and 1 by 1 is completed. Yes, you toggle it and 0 out of 1 is completed. In progress section, let's make progress dynamic as well. The value of progress is take from 0 to 1. If you give the value 0, then let's see the progress is 0. If you give value to 1, then progress is completed. Its value is in between 0 and 1. For this, in value, first we have the, what does we do is habit provider dot total habit is not total habit is greater than 0. Then we have dot done habit provider dot complete habit divide by habit provider by total habit, otherwise its value is 0. You can see initially it is 0. If you make it completed, it's changed to a complete state. In complete percentage, let's make it dynamic as well. Habit provider dot complete percentage dot toString is fixed 1. It means display the 1 index after the decimal. You can see 100%. Let's add some habit. Gym, by just you have adding some item, all these are updated. Progress bar is also updated, complete percentage is updated, daily progress is also updated. Let's add another item which is music, and if you add it, it's changed from 33%. Let's make it completable. You can see by this way you can just create a simple and functional habit tracker app. If you want to refresh it, you can do it easily by clicking on refresh button. All the progress will be clear and the new look like UI was found. If you think you don't want to continue the gym, then by long pressing it you can easily delete it. After we have learned the some of the basic concept of provider, now we have created the dynamic voting app that make us more clear. First, let's see the complete demo, then we start to code. This is our user interface. At the end you can see the result as well. Initially the every candidates have 0 vote. If you give vote to any candidates, it makes change its color. By confirm that you have voted, you can easily vote it with multiple candidates at the same times, and the result is here. Candidates 1 got the 2 vote and candidates 2 got the 3 votes. That's why candidates 2 is the clear winner. If more than 1 candidates gets the same vote, then it's the tie. We have designing this beautiful voting app by the use of Flutter and Provider state management. Here you can see this is my main screen. Inside my main screen, I'll just define the stateless widget, and in my stateless widget, voting screen is my home screen. Let's go to the voting screen. Inside this voting screen, I'll again use the stateless widget and I'll just set the background color as blue 100 and I'll just define the app bar. This is just a simple. And now you have already know we are going to create a voting app by the use of provider. First step, you need to add a provider. Just add the provider and ignore the remaining dependency, and we have start to code. And next thing is we have required the model, because in the election it's maybe the number of candidates. That's why we have used the candidates provider. In candidates provider, I'll just define the ID of these candidates and name and vote. ID for is unique address, name and the vote. How many votes these candidates have got. Initially, I'll put the votes 0. This is my model. After this model, we have created the one provider folder, and inside this provider we have created the one dot file, and I'll give the name voting provider. Inside this dot file we need to define one class, and I'll give the name of this class is voting provider with ChangeNotifier. We have used the provider, that's why I'll use the ChangeNotifier. And first steps after we have defined the class is, initially we have required at least the 2 candidates for the election. That's why the lists of candidates initialize with the sample data list and the candidates, and this candidates is from model that I have already shown you, and I'll just give the name candidates. In this list of candidates, just add at least two candidates. I will add the 4 candidates first. I have added the 4 candidates here, and we have required the ID and name. Let's change the ID. Every candidate requires the unique ID. After the list of these candidates, now turn for storing the ID of the selected candidates, string and selected candidates. Now we need to create a public getter for accessing the list of candidates. For getting the list of candidates, we have required the list again, and from the candidates list and get, we have used the get candidates from this list of candidates. After we have accessed the list of candidates, now our main task is function to add a vote to a candidate's identified by its candidate's ID. For that, void vote string, I'll just give the name to candidate's ID. Now we are going to map over the list and increment the vote count for the selected candidates. What does I do is, if some voter click on the vote button, then it needs to be increase the count for this candidates. For this, candidates tends to candidate.map. We have used the if statement. If candidates.id, we have used the ID to store its number of votes. If candidates.id equals to candidates ID, then what does we do? We have add the vote every time. And for the result screen, we have returns the candidates. This is not candidates. This is, I think, candidate. This is candidate, and this is again candidates. .toList. We are going to make the candidate is selected. What does we do is, if user click for this candidates, we'll change the color of its voted button. For that, selected candidates ID tends to candidates ID, and now we have update it in the UI. We have used notify listener to update the UI. In how much time we have updated this button text? We have used the timer duration second. Inside the 1 second, we have changed the color of this button and its color returned back after the 1 second. And now update it in the UI. Every time we have required the notify listener. Let's see why this error will be appear. Candidates can be used as a setter because it's final. Try finding the different setter. Oh, we are mistakenly add this list as a final. This is not a final. Let's remove it. And the basic provider function is completed. We have added some feature at the end. Now we have worked for the UI part. Go to the screen, and inside this screen we have the voting screen. Now first let's display the list of candidates for voting. I'll display it in my voting screen. My body column, I'll use the column because I require view screen button after the list of candidates. And children, and I will the expanded widget. Inside the child of this expanded widget is list view.builder. To access the voting provider instance, to get the candidates and handle the voting logic, we need to initialize the voting provider. For this, final voting provider tends to provider dot of our class name is voting provider. From voting provider context, if you are going to trying to access the provider data, this is the only one and easiest way to initialize the provider class in your array screen. In this list of build.builder, we have required the item count, and I'll use the voting provider dot candidates dot length. Display the all candidates that are available is in the voting provider. And in our item builder, we'll use the context and index. Next things is we are going to display return list style. In this list style, we are going to display the candidate's name and its voting button. Before that, we are going to accessing each candidates from the candidate list by index. Final candidate tends to voting provider dot candidates index. And the next thing is we are going to change the candidates votes button. For this, I'll use final and is vote tends to vote provider dot selected candidates ID tends to candidates ID. I'll miss the spelling. CND candidates dot ID. That's it. Now after this, first we are going to display the candidate's name inside the title of this list style. Candidate dot name and let's save it. And next things is I'm forgetting to initialize the provider in our main screen. First, we need to initialize the voting provider in the main screen. Wrap with widget, and I will ChangeNotifier provider. ChangeNotifier provider. It's require a create ChangeNotifier function and context from where we have going to accessing the data from voting provider. Our class name is not a voting screen. Voting provider. That's it. And go to the voting screen and let's restart. You can see this is the list of candidates that we have defined in our provider screen. The next things is vote button. In the trailing, I'll use the elevated button. Inside this button, we'll define the vote text vote, and we are going to set the function as well. Inside this on press, what does we do is voting provider dot vote and store this vote in candidates ID, candidates dot ID. That's it. Until now, if we click on this vote button, its color is not changed. We are confused, we are voted or not. For that, we are going to change the color of this button if user got voted. Style of this elevated button, style elevated button dot style form. Inside this background color, we are use is voted. If is voted is tends to true, so the color dot green, otherwise show the colors dot white. Simple logic. If user click on vote button, just show the green screen of this voted button, otherwise the white. Now by the same way, we have just changed the text color as well. Text color, and I'll just inside this color, what does I do is, first I'll remove this const from here and is voted tends to true, then change the text color to white. Otherwise black. I think in green screen white text is visible, in white screen black text color will be visible. Let's save it and restart and let's try. I'll try to board the candidates first. You can see if I click on board button, it changes its color, and after 1 second its color return back to the original position. Now the next things what does we do is we are going to result of this election. After this expanded, I'll use the elevated button, and inside this elevated button I'll first display the text. Inside this text I'll show the view result, and you can see this is at the bottom. To solve this, we'll use the spacer, and I think next spacer. Okay, this is good. And the next things is we are going to create the result screen inside this screen. Result screen dot. Again, let's define the stateless widget and give the result screen as a name. And first go to navigate. If someone click to view result, then it's navigate to the result screen. Navigator dot push route tends to material page route, and inside this just context and go to the result screen. That's it. For the result screen, we are going to add some feature. If the 2 or more candidates got the same number of votes, then what does we do? For this, we are going to use the getter to return the list of candidate with the highest voted. Our highest voted candidates is our potential winner if this highest candidate voter are single. For the process of get winner, we are use the list of candidates. First, if candidate got the empty vote, then we have just return the list of candidates. Second things, we are going to find the highest vote count among the candidates by comparing A and B. If among these two candidates, we are check which candidates votes are greater. If highest vote equal to 0, again return the list of candidates list. This means if all candidates have 0 vote, no winner, only return the list of candidates. And second thing, 2 returns the top candidates. And again we have check is tie. For the case of tie, boolean to determine if there is a tie, more than one candidate has the highest vote, equal number of vote. After this all condition, now we are going to display the election result in our result screen. First and regular process is accessing the voting provider instance to get the result. I think I'll copy this from the voting screen, final voting provider. This is the same process in all screen. Let's paste it and just import the voting provider and the provider. I'll remove this placeholder and just scaffold app bar, title, text, and I'll just voting result, and the screen background color will be white and app bar background color will be white. After this provider instance, I'll call for the tie case bool that check if there is a tie among the top candidates. Final is tie tends to provider voting provider dot is tie that we have created is in the voting provider screen. And second things is list of candidates who have the highest vote, could be tie or the single winner. Winners tends to voting provider dot winner. Now we are going to display body column children expanded child list view dot builder context index and will return. List view builder require item counts to display the number voting provider dot candidates dot length. We have display the all list of candidates in the result screen. And the second things what does we do is we have accessing each candidates from the candidate list by index. For this, final candidate tends to voting provider dot candidates index every candidates from the voting provider. And next and last things, check if the candidate is one of the winner. Final is winner tends to winner dot contain candidates. And last things that we have required is display the candidates. Title, text, candidates dot name. Second things is trailing. In trailing, I'll play the total vote. Text, candidates dot votes and votes votes. Just save it and restart the app and view screen. You can see all candidates have 0 vote. And let's get voted. I'll get vote 2 vote to candidates 1. Here you can see if you have checked highest number candidate will be winner, we have set this candidate 1 as a winner. For this, style, text style, in font weight, winner font weight is bold, font weight dot bold, and remaining all font width is normal. And next things, we have also changed the color of winner. Is winner color is green, colors dot green, and remaining loser color will be black. In the winner subtitle, we have also displayed the it is a winner. Subtitle is winner. If this is the winner, then we have use the text that is winner. Inside the winning process, it's maybe tie. If both the candidates have equal vote, then we have display tie for winner. Otherwise, we have directly display the winner. See, you can see. And last things in our app, what is we do is we have display here. It's maybe tie or it's the winner. After this expanded, I'll use the padding is insert.all. I'll put the 16 padding from every side and child text. Inside this text, I'll just copy this process. And here is the tie. It's a tie, otherwise winner. Text style, font weight dot bold, and I'll set the winner color is white color. If it is clear winner, then its color is green. If this is tie, then color is red. Text align dot center, and I'll just spacer. And I think this font size is too small. I'll set the font size tends to 30, and everything is completed. And let's restart the app and try to vote. I'll vote 1 vote to candidates 1 and 1 vote to candidates 4 and 2 vote to candidate 2. I think 2 or 3 votes. Here you can see candidate 2 is the clear winner, And if I add two board to candidates 1, then tie for the winner. It's a tie. Both candidates got the equal number of board. At that condition, we have displayed the tie for a winner. If you have see the result without got voting, then you can see all candidates got the 0 voted and only display the list of candidates. By this way, you can create a fully functional voting app by the use of Flutter and Provider State Management. Now, finally, we are going to implement the feature we have learned during the basic part. We have used some of the feature here and we have used some of the feature in our next project as well, where we are going to design a recipe app using Flutter, Firebase and Provider. Flutter will be our framework, Firebase for the backend and Provider for the state management. By the end, you will have a fully functional recipe app with all the key feature. Let's kick things off with a demo. Here you can see this is our home screen. You can search any item from here, and here is the category section. By default, all item will be displayed. You can filter any items from here. Here you can see. And if you click on any item from here, it's dive into the detail screen, and here is the detail of the items. I have displayed the how much calorie you have gained, how much time is required to prepare. Here is the rating and review. Here is the main ingredient required for making. You can increase the quantity, and the main important things and the key feature is if you have increased the quantity of items, at the same time the amount of ingredient will also be increased. Here you can see for one beef it's required 400 gram beef and 100 gram vegetable. If you have increased the quantity from 1 to 2, it's increase, it's go to the double. Let's see on the another item. Let's see on the breakfast. Here is the spicy ram's noodle. It's required the noodle, egg, vegetable and meat. And if you have decreased the item from here, you can see by default it is 2. We have stored the user data in Firebase. If you have increased the quantity and closed the app, it is starting from where you have leave. If you have increased the item, then at the same time ingredient will be also increased. Here is the favorite section. You can make any item favorite. If you have click on favorite, you have show it here, and if you click on all section, it will be reflect on here as well, and all the favorite item will be listed on here. There is the 3 favorite item. You can see first, second and third, and we have store your state in the Firebase. If you have closed the app and reopen, your favorite item will be here. I have also shown you. Before that, let's see the Firebase, how we have stored the data. You can see this is our Firebase. I have stored all the data in Cloud Firestore. Here is the category section. If you just add one category, let's try it. You can see there is the 4 item here. If you just click one category item, just like I'll give the name vegetables, and if you save it from here, it's directly reflect on here. This is the important feature of using backend. If you have prepared the app and release, and in some time later, if you have things you need to add some other feature, you can easily do it. Let's delete it from here, and by default real time it will be reflect, and here I have stored all the data. You can see calorie, category, image. I have used the string, number, array. This is my list of category. We have do it in step by step process. Here is the favorite section. There is the 3 item is favorite. Each favorite is true. And let's try. If you just remove one item from here and it will be removed from here as well, and you can see it will change. Real time reflect on Firebase as well. That's why this is the complete project for you is a beginner. And let's delete one item from here. And let's close the app. Let's see, I have closed the app. If we reopen the app, you can see the favorite item is still there in the favorite section as well. And if you click on view all the item will be displayed in the grid. If you have added any more item from the Firebase, it will be directly reflect on here and the category section as well. And you have also go to the detail section from here as well. By this way, you have create a one fully functional recipe app. This is the demo for you. And let's start the complete video and launch something new. Let's start the complete video. First, before we start to code, we have set up our project. First, you need to set up your Flutter project with Firebase. This is just a simple process. I have already instructed you in my previous video. Here you can see, just one day before, I have published the video in same project. Here you can see Flutter complete app. I'll guide you the step-by-step process how you can set up your Flutter project with Firebase. You can watch my previous video if you have any problem to set up Flutter project with Firebase. Otherwise, you have continue with me, and after you have set up the Flutter project, I'll show you the data. It takes the limitless time. If I have so every process, I think that is not required. I'll show you how I have import the data in Firebase. For sample purpose, I have already added the 5 item here, but I'll show you the another item how I have added the data in Firebase. First, go to the Firebase storage. I have also show you the rule of the Firebase storage. This is just a simple rule, a read write rule. This is the by default rule. You can do anything. Here you can see, just do it here. If the date is expired, just change it. Otherwise, leave it from here. Go to the file. Just create the one image folder by clicking on here, create folder, or you can upload the file as well. I have created the image folder here and I have stored the sample image. Upload file from here and just import the image. I'll try to import this butter paneer image. Just import from here. That's it. And just click here and just click here. Firebase give you the hosting as well. This image is hosted on Firebase. And after this, we have go on the Firebase database, and here is the complete Flutter app collection. You can create it just like this. You can create the collection here just like this, and next, and you have document ID. You have auto detect the document ID and give the field and its value. By this way, you can easily create the collection in Firebase. I have created the one collection and give the name complete Flutter app, and here is the 5 document, and I will show you how you have add the document here. Just click on add document here and give the name whatever you have wants to do, and I will give the document ID to auto ID, and here we need to provide the name that we have display in our app. First, I'll give the calorie, how much calorie you have burned from this butter chicken, and I'll just give the 300 calorie, and I'll make this type as a string. And second is category, in which category I want to put this item, and type is also in string, and I want to put them in breakfast. And another field is image, image, and this is also in string. Here is the image link. Just copy the image link. And another thing you need in your mind, just copy with HTTP, otherwise you face the error, and just put it there. And another things is name of this image, name, and I'll put it the butter paneer, and I'll put the rating. And another thing you need to keep in your mind, all the field name must be same in every document. If you have provided the different name, then you have also got the error. And I'll put them 4.5. And here another things is review. In review, I'll put the data type with the number, and I'll just put the 10 review. And another thing is time, how much time it required to prepare the butter paneer, and this is also a number, and I'll just put 25 minutes. After this all, you can just save it from here. And let's see the another document. What's the remaining? We have also required the ingredient amount, ingredient image, and ingredient name. We have again goes on this document and just click on add file and give the name. First we have put the ingredient image, and we have required the multiple ingredient, and that's why I'll put them in the array. Some item have 2 ingredients, some item have 3 ingredient, or some item have multiple ingredient. That's why I have put them in array, and I'll put the ingredient image for making the butter paneer. First we have required the paneer. You have select any image. I think this is the good, and I'll just copy image address and select the image with HTTP, and I'll just put it here. And second, for making the butter paneer, we have definitely required the butter. And I'll put this image. Let's choose this image with white background. Copy image address. And just put it here in a string. If you have things, some other thing is required, you can definitely put it here. For now, I'll just put it just 2 items, 2 ingredient. After ingredient image, we have just add the ingredient name, and type. We have also required an array. First we have add a butter, paneer, and second item is butter. Just edit name. After the name, the last things we have required is ingredient amount. And I'll put the butter to 400 gram and paneer to 100 gram. Butter, paneer to 400 gram and butter will be 100 gram. How you have know this? Here you can see for in first index, in array first index will be 0. In first index here is the paneer, and in ingredient image we have also put its image in the first index, and amount is also in the first index. After this all, your model is ready. By this way you have created the multiple data. For now I'll just put it. If I have add some other data, it takes more time and boring as well. Import the data, how many you have wants to do. And here is the category section. This is my collection name, category is my collection name, and here is the name. I will provide the 4 category. You have understand how is it work in the later part, and I'll stop here. And this is our Firebase structure, how you have added the items and how you can store your data in Firebase. I'll guide you all, and we have closed all this tab, and I'll also show you the next things is which package we have used. We have not used too much package. Let's see, I have already added the package here. Here you can see we have used the Firebase core. It is required during set up the Flutter project with Firebase. And here's the provider. This is the state management that we have used to manage the state. And here is the icon X. This provides the awesome icon. You can use this package. All the packages are available in Flutter Pop Dev. And last thing is Cloud Firestore. We have used this to store the image, and we have also stored all item in Cloud Firestore. That's why we have used this package. We have used just 4 packages. We have do it by using as much less package as we can, but these 3 packages is required. this is the definitely necessary package for you. And if you have created the model in Firebase and if you add this package, now you have ready to continue with me. And another important things, I'll provide all the source code is in the description. I'll provide you the GitHub link is there. I'll suggest you do it one by one, not download it from GitHub and run this. By this way you have not learned how is it work. First watch the video, do it yourself. By this way you have learned the different things. We have go to the app main screen and we have designed here the bottom nav bar. The UI part, I'll do it fast. The UI part of our video, UI part is just simple. Just UI part is just a hidden trial method. How much padding is required, how much the font size we need to give, which widget we need to require, row or column. You all know. If you are watching the complete video, we'll meet you after the UI part. Now, finally, we are going to implement the feature that we have learned in the project. We have not only learned the provider here, but we have also learned some animation and the UI design part as well. In this part, we are going to creating a disk driven design into a Flutter app, including all the feature animation that you have seen in this design. Let's see the demo first. Here you can see this is the app. If you have start the app, a simple animation will be appear first, and this is the onboarding screen. Every time the animation is appear, if you have scroll, and let's get started. There is the list of category item and its respected item is here. If you have select the burger from here, it display the how many item are there first, and the burger is here. Salad and more. If you select any category, then its respected item will be displayed here. And if you add this item in your card, it directly reflect in the card section. Let's add some item. And in the card section, here is also animation will be appear, and your all the list of card item will be displayed here. You can increase the number of quantity from here. You can decrease the number of quantity from here, and its price will be directly reflect on the total. And another feature is here you can see the mixed salad, and currently here is the one quantity, and we have already add this mixed salad in our card. If you again click on this mixed salad, then it's increase its quantity. You can see initially it is 1 and currently it is increased by 1 and it is 2. By this way, you can add any new item in your card, and if you have already add any item into a card, it increase the quantity of the item. And if you increase quantity, its price will be directly reflect here and the total price will be here. By this way, you can easily create a fully functional food delivery app by the use of Flutter, and we have used the provider for state management. By the end of this tutorial, you have learned how to create this type of Flutter app.